Well, good morning, everybody. How we doing? Spectre here on a Monday, now this fourth day of October. Hopefully, you guys are doing well. Hopefully, you guys had a good fall weekend. A little bit warm still here in these parts, getting a little bit of rain over the weekend, which is a first we've had in, a couple, 2, 3 weeks. So it was much needed. Knocked the dust down, but I'm sure the farmers will complain they won't be able to get in the fields. But looking like we're getting a lot of the old crops harvested, beans, corn, all that good stuff. So, yep, typical fall day around these parts. But got a lot to get into here this morning, so let's get into it. All right, so this morning futures slide on Evergrande stagflation energy crisis fears. Stock futures ticked lower on Monday, hurt by weakening sentiment in Asia and Europe amid growing worries about economic stagflation, the global energy crisis, and renewed fears about property developer China Evergrande, whose stock was halted overnight in Hong Kong. While Tesla shares rose after reporting a record number of electric vehicle deliveries, and at 7:15 a.m. Eastern, Dow E-minis were down 114 points, or about a third of a percent. S&P 500 E-minis were down 16 and a quarter points, or about 0.37%. And Nasdaq 100 E-minis were down 73.75 points, or about a half of a percent. So, scrolling through here, it says the global chip and energy shortage is getting worse. The inflation is rising, the recovery may be slowing, and that puts central banks between a rock and a hard place. IPEC Oskardskaya, a senior analyst at Swissquote, wrote in a note, "The best they could do is do nothing, or to tighten their monetary policy to avoid losing control in the economy." The most notable overnight event was the suspension of trading in shares of debt-laden Evergrande, which unsettled markets further about any fallout from its troubles, even as media reports said the company would sell a stake in its property management unit for over $5 billion. So, taking a look at some of the other stuff going on here. Tesla shares climbed 2.6% higher in U.S. pre-market trading after the electric car maker reported the record third-quarter deliveries that easily beat estimates. Amplify Energy shares plummet 33% in pre-market trading after California beaches in northern Orange County were closed and wetlands contaminated by a huge oil spill caused by a broken pipeline off the coast. DHT Holdings shares rose as much as 3.7% in Friday extended trading after the company said it bought 1.23 million of its own shares. OfferPad Solutions was down 3.1% Friday post-market after registering shares for potential sale. Adverum Biotechnologies shares rose as much as 23% in Friday extended trading after the company reported new long-term data from the OPTIC clinical trial of ADVM-022 single in-office intravitreal injection gene therapy. What is with all this gene therapy? Why is everybody going this route at this point? Doesn't that seem kind of crazy to you, or is it just me? I don't know. In any case, scrolling further down here, says Adler Group shares jump as much as 18%, briefly erasing the previous week's decline after the firm said it's reviewing strategic options that may result in a sale of assets. William Morrison declines as much as 3.8% after the offer terms from winning bidders CD&R disappointed investors. Sainsbury rises as much as 5.9%, and Tesco gains 1.7% on speculation that CD&R's Morrison deal may drive further interest in Britain's grocery sector at a time when cash-rich buyout funds are stocking undervalued UK companies. Also, a report says Tesco will announce a share buyback program this week. Plus 500 gains as much as 6.1% after the contracts for difference trading firm says full-year profit will beat market expectations. Buoy rises as much as 9.9% after the owner of 50% of building products company Jackson Holding accepted Buoy's offer. BT slumps as much as 7.8% to a 6-month low following a Telegraph report that Sky is closing in on a broadband investment deal with Virgin Media O2, raising worries over competition. Azelio falls as much as 22% after newspaper Doggins Industry raised questions about orders for the renewable energy equipment developer. Arista Turnbulls tumbles. There we go. I don't know why that looked funny. Arista tumbles as much as 13% after results halting a 4-day winning streak. Fraser's falls as much as 12%, the most since December. Bank of America cut the owner of the sports direct retail chain to underperform from buy. Flashing ahead here, let's see. In commodities, WTI is down 0.25% near 75.70. Brent down 0.1% lower near 79.20 ahead of today's OPEC Plus virtual gathering. Spot gold drops about $10 to test Friday's low near 17.50 an ounce. And here we see the stack up of Bitcoin and Ethereum as well. As far as the market snapshot, S&P 500 futures down 0.4% to 43.24 and change. The Stocks Europe 600 little change at 453 and change. Looks like the Nikkei down 1.1% to 28,444 and change. Shanghai Composite is up 0.9% to 35.68 and change. And as mentioned, Brent futures little change at 79.22 a barrel. Gold spot down 0.5% to 17.52 and change. U.S. dollar index little changed at 93.96, and the euro is up 0.1% to 1.1613. As far as some of the headlines out of Bloomberg overnight, China Evergrande Group and its property services arm were halted in Hong Kong stock trading amid a report that the developer agreed to sell a controlling stake in the unit to raise much needed cash. UK Prime Minister Bojo said he won't fall back on immigration to solve the UK's truck driver shortage, as he presented supply chain troubles that have left supermarket shelves bare and gas stations dry as a period of adjustment in the wake of Brexit and the pandemic. Notice how they always got to throw Brexit in there, as if Brexit was the reason why a lot of this has taken place. Malarkey. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi reset the clock on Saturday, giving lawmakers until Halloween to strike a deal on both the bipartisan $550 billion infrastructure deal and a broader signature package of social spending, health care, and tax measures they must pass with only Dem votes. Yeah, don't they hate it when they're the only ones that can be blamed on that? Why do you think they're trying to rope-a-dope the Republicans into signing on to this? They always got to have somebody to scapegoat. Germany's Social Democrats under Chancellor-in-waiting Olaf Scholz signaled progress in talks with the Greens on forming a coalition government with the Free Democrats, while Angela Merkel's bloc kept the door ajar for a conservative-led alliance. Japan's Fumio Kishida was appointed Prime Minister by Parliament Monday and is set to reveal a new cabinet lineup as he seeks to revive support for his ruling party ahead of a general election that could likely come this month. Flashing over to News Squawk and still over in Asia here, Singapore eyes more vaccinated travel lanes in cautious reopen. India farm protests gather momentum after 4 demonstrators killed. U.S. natural gas jumps amid strong overseas demand for fuel, and Suzuki takes Japan finance reins as election and stimulus loom. Flashing back over to Europe again, says UK's fuel crisis has at least a week to run as Army steps in. Adler Group weighs asset sales to cut debt after multiple bids. Amazon rival Noon to raise $2 billion from backers, including PIF. Romanian billionaire Petrescu dies in plane crash near Milan. 7 out of 10, right? Let's see. On the event calendar for today, a lot of things happening at 10 a.m. today. We'll take a look at August cap goods ship non-def X air. Prior was a 0.7 print. Also at 10 a.m. cap goods orders non-def X air. Prior was a 0.5. August less transportation. Prior 0.2. August factory orders X trans estimated at 0.4 versus a 0.8. August factory orders estimated 1.0. Prior was 0.4. August durable goods orders estimated at 1.8 versus a prior of 1.8 as well. And Fed's Bullard takes part in panel discussion on the economy. And we'll have a little bit more to say here in the old financial stack of stuff here this morning on some of the old Fed presidents and that around the country here and what has taken place here just over the, well, not just this week, but more revelations this past weekend as well. So that being said, let's take a quick peek over to a dip in shipping rates, the end of the nightmare or just the eye of the hurricane. So we get this as this year, spot ocean container rates have reached record highs and could be at a crucial inflection point this week. News of 40-foot container rates on the world's most important shipping lane, that is, China and the U.S., plunged amid a power crunch, shutting down factories across multiple Chinese provinces, leading speculators to sell their shipping spots, according to Chinese media outlet Caixin Global. Caixin spoke with an executive at a Shanghai freight company Thursday who said 40-foot container rates from China to the U.S. West Coast sank this week, plummeting from 15,000 to just 8,000. For the same container, the spot rate for China to the U.S. East Coast dropped from 20,000 to around 15,000. Not a bad deal, huh? The decline in international shipping costs is primarily due to at least 20 Chinese provinces and regions making up more than 66% of the country's GDP have announced some form of power cuts in recent weeks, which has shuttered energy-intensive manufacturing industries, and so their need for containerized shipping has diminished. Cut the power, no more shipping, here come the rates down. See how that works? Says we have noted, Foxconn, the world's biggest iPhone assembler and a key supplier of Apple and Tesla, halted production earlier this week. Another Apple supplier, Unimicron Technologies, suspended operations. There are countless reports of other energy-intensive companies that suspended operations. An analyst at Tianfang Securities Company Ltd. said the decline in shipping rates was primarily caused by the imminent off-season and a reduction in manufacturing due to China's power crunch. The analyst said rates should decline as export growth in China will decrease in the fourth quarter and seasonally ocean freight slows down. A report by CSC Financial Company Ltd. outlined rates will stay stubbornly high for the next 2 weeks as port congestion remains a problem in China and the U.S. But after that, rates may stall on slow growth from China. We so far understand China's power crunch is having a sizable impact on economic growth and has resulted in a slump for containerized shipping demand. What comes next is either shipping rates continue a downward spiral or bounce back as China will ultimately restart its manufacturing base near term. And if you recall last week, spoken of here, one of the things they said is that, at all costs right now, China is trying to round up coal left and right to keep the lights on, as it were. And likely a lot of this stuff is going to be subsidized by the CCP, and we'll have to see how that shakes out. But don't you find it interesting that all of a sudden everybody is having energy issues? Where were these energy issues a year ago? Was this just laying in wait? It's not like, suddenly everybody quit shipping coal or pumping gas or transporting liquid natural gas, things of that nature. Why now? Something smells afoot, doesn't it? In any case, also from this past weekend, German power plant halted after it runs out of coal. So, seems to be a common problem here, not just China, but now over to Germany. Says in the history of the world, German electricity prices have never been higher. And here we see that graphically dating back from, let's say August 2018 time frame to where it is now. And it looks like that is, pretty well more than doubled. And if what just happened at the Stieg Bergkamen A electric plant is any indication, they're about to get a whole lot higher. According to Bloomberg, the global energy crisis has forced a German electricity producer to halt a power plant after it ran out of coal. Stieg GmbH, which operates 6 large-scale hard coal plants in Germany with an installed capacity of more than 4,000 megawatts, closed its Bergkamen A plant in the western part of the country this week due to shortages of hard coal, it said by email. Says we are short of hard coal, said Daniel Mullenfeld, a Stieg spokesman. There's a strong demand for coal per se, and secondly, there is a strong demand for transport by barge. And since Bergkamen has no rail connection, there are no logistical alternatives available here. Stieg is also facing logistical challenges as the recovery of Europe's biggest economy fuels demand for river transport. Still, the utility is optimistic that the plant will come back online quite soon. The Bergkamen A plant was halted 4 times in September for as many as 6 days at a time due to external factors, according to filings. 3 other German coal plants were halted on Friday for maintenance. Says we are dealing with a double bottleneck, Mullenfeld said. This is not a specific problem for Stieg, but a common problem for nearly all owners of hard coal-based power plants these days. That explanation won't make it any easier for millions of European residents to pay as much as 10 times more than they are used to when their next electricity bill comes in. The closure, similar to what we have observed over the past 2 weeks in China, is the first sign that Europe may need to count on mild and windy weather to keep the lights on, as the continent faces shortages of natural gas and coal is unlikely to come to rescue. Alas, as Bloomberg also notes, that is unlikely, at least in the near term. And here we get the note. It says German Monday baseload power trades at 179 euros per megawatt hour. Trade BD3 up 88.4% from Friday delivery as wind and solar supply expected to have. And mind you, this is on top of supposedly one of their tallest wind generators, and that toppled over just days before it was to be brought online. Supposedly it had been online for about 6 months, but the official quote-unquote ribbon cutting and that didn't quite make it. For whatever reason, nobody really knows. The wind tower and that toppled over the other day. So there's that. Says as a reminder, amid soaring gas and coal prices around the globe, which have resulted in widespread fossil fuel, bread, nat gas, and coal shortages, China ordered its state-owned companies to secure supplies at all costs, and Europe is burning more of its already depleted stocks of the dirtiest of fossil fuel, a move that may complicate climate talks next month. As a result of the failure of green renewable sources of energy to fill the demand gap, European utilities have turned to coal due to shortages of natural gas, recently stepping in to spot the market to secure cargoes and even asking Russia for more supplies. China's move to secure more supplies is likely to make matters worse, with Europe set to scramble to secure fuel this winter. However, the more Europe telegraphs its glaring weakness, there we go, the more Moscow tightens the screws. And overnight natural gas flows via the Yamal-Europe pipeline plunged by 77% from Thursday, leading to new record high prices across the continent where stockpiles of natural gas are at the lowest level in a decade. So we'll break from that there. Oh yeah, here's the tower that fell. It says a turbine which reached a height of 239 meters toppled over late on Wednesday without warning. No one was injured. And remains of the structure are littered in a forest near the western town of Haltern am See in North Rhine-Westphalia. Police were not initially suspecting sabotage, according to the German DPA news agency. So yeah, all this hype around green energy, all that business, guess what? Well, we're not there yet. We're still going to have to burn some quote-unquote dirty coal and probably use natural gas and other fuels that they don't like. But think of how important this $3.5 trillion bill business is that both Cinema and Manchin are blocking. Who do you think backs Manchin in West Virginia? Coal folks? If that thing goes through and he caves on that, what becomes of coal here? And what do you think is going to become of our energy prices here stateside? You think we're going to be in the same boat as Germany and China and everything else? Of course we are. And that's exactly what they want. They want to be able to force you out of your home due to high electrical prices and everything else. And where are you going to go? It's going to force people into the cities, isn't it? You can no longer afford your lifestyle, your ranch, your house, and wherever you're located. And so they'll stack them and pack them in these nice little apartment complexes in all the cities. which feeds directly into Agenda 2030, doesn't it? So we need to nip this in the bud and or develop our own forms, sans electrical companies. So aside from that, yesterday we get this as in Deep Ship, what's really driving the supply chain crisis? This by Michael Every over at Rabobank. The summary says it is impossible to ignore the current shipping crisis and its impact on global supply chains. A common view is that this is all the result of COVID-19, yet while COVID has played a key role, it is only part of a far larger interconnected set of problems. This report examines current shipping market dynamics, overlooked, too big to sail, structural issues, a brewing political tsunami as a backlash, possible Cold War icebergs ahead, and the ship of things to come if maritime past is a guide to maritime future. The central argument is that while central banks and governments both insist inflation is transitory and will fall once supply chain bottlenecks are resolved, shipping dynamics suggest they are closer to becoming systemically entrenched. Moreover, both historical and current trends toward addressing such problems suggest potential global market disruptions at least equal to the shocks we have already experienced. Many ports will get caught in this storm if so. So this is kind of a long read. I'm not going to read through all of it for the sake of time here, but I do want to hit some of the points here. It says it is impossible to ignore the current shipping crisis and its impact on global supply chains and economies. Businesses face huge headaches as supplies dry up. Consumers see bare shelves and rising prices. Governments have no concrete solutions. Save the army. Economists have to discuss the physical economy rather than a model. Central banks still assume this will all resolve itself, and shippers make massive profits. The giant Evergreen, which blocked the Suez Canal for 6 days in March 2021, is emblematic of these problems, but they run far deeper. This report will explore the shipping issue coast to coast and past to present in 6 containers. Are you shipping me? A deep dive into market dynamics and supply demand causes of soaring shipping prices. Too big to sail, a key structural issue driving things. Tsunami of politics, of the looming backlash to what is happening. Cold War icebergs, of fat geopolitical tail risks. Ship of things to come, asking if the maritime past is a potential guide to maritime future. And wait and see, a strategic overview and conclusion. So, rather interestingly, that's what they name all these respective ships and what's going to go into them. It says, are you shipping me? Since 2020, global shipping has been frenetic, with equally frenetic shipping rates, difficulties for both businesses and consumers, and container carrier profits. And they refer to that as the Baltic Dry Index there, which obviously over the last, since probably October of last year till now, we have seen that it has gone up precipitously. Dollars per TEU, which we just mentioned in the previous article, was on a downward trend, perhaps slightly. So is COVID-19 driving these developments, or are there more structural and cyclical factors at play? Let's take a look. One root of the problem. In 2020, COVID-19 became a global pandemic, and lockdowns ensued. Factories, restaurants, and shops all closed, bringing global supply chain almost to a half. In this context, container carriers had no visibility on future demand and did the only reasonable thing: cut capacity. Says there is no economic sense in moving half-empty ships across the globe. It is costly, especially for a sector operated on tiny margins for a very long time. The consequence was widespread vessel cancellations, which soared in the first months of 2020. Progressively, more trade lines and ports were involved as containment measures were enacted globally. By the second half of 2020, virus containment measures were over in China, and many other nations eased them too. Shipping cancellations did not stop, however, just continuing at a slower pace. Indeed, capacity cuts have plagued supply chains in 2021. Excluding the January-February peaks from March to September 2021, an average of 9.2 vessels per week were canceled, 4 vessels per week more than the previous off-peak period of July to December 2020. And it says cumulative cancellations undermine the problems. Trans-Pacific, example US-China, and Asian Northern Europe lines saw the largest capacity cuts, but transatlantic and Mediterranean North America vessels also reached historic levels of cancellations. Trans-Pacific and Asia-Pacific Asia-Europe lines are the backbone of global trade, each representing 40% of the total container trade. More than 3 million TEUs, 20-foot equivalent units, a standard cargo measure, are moved on Trans-Pacific and Asia-Europe lines in total per month. Due to cancellations, more than 10% of that capacity was lost in early 2020. In such a context, it was only normal to expect a rise in container rates. Over January to December 2020, the Global Baltic Index, the world reference to box prices, increased 115% from $1,460 to $3,140 per TEU. However, as Figure 2 shows, things then changed dramatically in 2021 for a variety of reasons. As can be seen, cancellations alone cannot explain the price surge seen in the Baltic Dry Index, the leading international freight rate index providing market rates for 12 global trade lines and on key global shipping routes. So, what did? Well, there we see the cancellations versus the Baltic Index as spoken. See the annual change from September of last year to September of this year. Presumably, these are the main shipping lines, if you will: Shanghai to Rotterdam, Rotterdam, Shanghai, Shanghai, Genoa, LA, LA, Shanghai, Shanghai, New York, New York to Rotterdam, Rotterdam to New York. And it says we have instead identified 5 key themes that have pushed up shipping costs, which we will explore in turn. We got the Suez and what happened there. We got sickness, or COVID-19, again. We got structure of the shipping market, the stimulus, most so in the US, and stuck, as in logistical congestion. So rather than read through all that, I'll probably go ahead and drop the link out there if you want to take a look at this, because there is a lot more to this. And if the media is even at all talking about this, trying to blame this on COVID as if it's the boogeyman in the room that caused all this, no. These are systemic issues and that have likely been building, and COVID just happened to be the impetus to break it all open, and here we see it all playing out. So that being said, let me flash forward into some other interesting news. Last week we had a couple Fed presidents of various regional banks step down due to unethical trades. So now we get a third. Fed Vice Chair Clarita traded millions one day before Powell emergency pandemic statement. Says earlier this week, with Fed hawks suddenly dropping like flies following the resignations of Boston and Dallas Fed presidents Rosengren and Kaplan, amid a public outcry over their recently revealed day trading activities, which benefited them as a direct result of monetary policy decisions they were explicitly and directly involved in. We joked that if the Fed wants to get rid of all the hawks, they just need to leak the trading records of Kansas City Fed President Esther George, widely viewed as the most vocal hawk among all FOMC members. And there they highlight the zero hedge tweet from the 28th there. Says, well, it may not be George yet, but overnight the Government Ethics Office published forms which showed that none other than the centrist Fed Vice Chair Richard Clarita may be the next to quote-unquote retire. Perhaps he is on a kidney transplant list, following the revelation that he was trading in and out of millions in securities on February 27, 2020, just one day before Fed Chair Powell issued an extremely bullish emergency statement hinting at possible policy action as the pandemic worsened. Can you say insider trading? Of course it is. And according to the disclosure, just as markets were starting to freak out about the COVID pandemic, Clarita shifted anywhere between 1 and 5 million out of a PIMCO bond fund, which was the PIMCO Income Fund, PIMIX, on 27th of February last year, and on the same day buying between 1 and 5 million of the PIMCO Stocks Plus Fund and the iShares MSCI USA Min Volume Factor Exchange Traded Fund, USMV. Aside from these 3 trades, Clarita had a grand total of 2 more trades in 2020. The sale of a $500 to $1 million of the Schwab ETF on August 3rd, and another purchase of the USMV ETF to the tune of $250,000 to $500,000. So here we see the breakdown of said transactions. But why does this matter? Because his trades took place just a day before Powell issued an emergency statement on February 28th at 2:30 p.m., which he sought to reassure suddenly panicking markets that the Fed has their back, something he would amply demonstrate a few weeks later when the Fed nationalized the corporate bond market. Specifically, Powell said that the virus poses evolving risks to economic activity, adding that the Fed was closely monitoring developments and their implications for the economic outlook. And I'll skip the statement there. We kind of paraphrase that, but as shown in the chart below, following the chart drop in the days prior, Powell's clearly market-moving statement served to spike the market by over 100 points in minutes. And there we see the result of that. And of course, there's where Clarita decided to trade at the bottom. And just a few days later, on March 3rd, with stocks crashing, the Fed launched the first of many emergency market bailout operations that would double the S&P from its March 2020 lows, including trillions in quantitative easing, repo, and reverse repo operations. Everyone knows what happened after. Of course, the S&P, largely following the Fed and its money printing activities. And of course, we always highlight here at the end of the day how well the S&P is tracking over top of the 1987 curves and whether or not we're going to go off the cliff here come October 18th when old Treasury runs out of funds and may potentially default. But I digress. Says one contacted by Bloomberg, a Fed spokesman for the vice chair, said the vice chair Clarita's financial disclosure for 2020 shows transactions that represent a pre-planned rebalancing to his accounts. Pre-planned. That's always the corporate speak that they try to snow people over with. Yeah, good one. Says adding that the transactions were executed prior to his involvement in deliberation on Federal Reserve actions to respond to the emergence of the coronavirus and not during a blackout period. The selected funds were chosen with the prior approval of the board's ethics official. Well, if that is indeed correct, their ethics official probably ought to be fired. Of course they were. Just like the Dallas Fed was perfectly fine with Kaplan's tens of millions in stock trades in a year when the Fed's policies injected trillions to the balance sheet until he was busted and an epic scandal followed, just like day trader Rosengren suddenly deciding to retire for health reasons. According to the shadiness, Bloomberg notes that Clarita, who is a former PIMCO executive, if not one blasting the theme song to Gilligan's Island in his backyard, was visiting faculty and students at Yale University the day of the trading, and not in his office in Washington. Oh, so I guess you only have to be tied to your desk in your office, I guess, to make the trades. I guess what? Cell phones don't work there, Bloomberg? What do you think we are, stupid? Furthermore, his calendar for the month shows a single phone call with a board member on February 27th at 4:45 p.m. after the market close, as well as numerous meetings with Fed staff on prior days. No calls to either PIMCO or a brokerage are disclosed. Again, what, do you think you only do business via phone or desk at this point? I mean, dear God, it's not like emails don't work or burner phones. I mean, what would you do if you wanted to keep things off the record and away from prying eyes? In any case, I'll break from that there. The bottom line is, they're all crooks. We need to do away with the Fed, get rid of the whole kit and caboodle. It's all being exposed. And aside from that, this morning we find out electricity bills in Italy rise by almost 30% from Friday, just since the weekend. That's out of the local Italy. Household electricity bills will rise by 29.8% for the typical family, and gas bills will go up by 14.4%. Italy's Energy Regulatory Authority, ARERA, confirmed in a press release last week. The new national tariffs came into effect on Friday, the start of the fourth quarter of 2021. The increase comes amid surging energy costs across Europe and beyond. The price rise passed on to Italian consumers could have reached 45%, ARERA said, if the government had not stepped in to cap the new rise in rates. The Italian government last week announced measures costing €3 billion aimed at limiting a steeper rise in energy prices for consumers, as well as keeping the cost to most families below 30% and 15%. The government measures will keep additional costs at zero for those least well off, including households with an income under €8,265, families with at least 4 dependent children with an income of less than €20,000, those who receive a state pension or unemployment benefit, and people who are seriously ill, Sky TG24 reports. The measure also cut the general charge from gas bills for all throughout the last quarter of 2021 and on electricity for families and some small businesses. Last quarter, the retail cost of electricity rose by almost 10% and gas by 15.3% from July 1st. The government also stepped in that time to cap costs, with €1.2 billion in state aid. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi said last week that many of the reasons for the energy price increases were temporary, but called for long-term action, including at a European level to address the problem, including through diversifying supplies. Italy is highly dependent on imports and consumes a large amount of gas. Some 40% of its primary energy consumption is gas, compared with about 15% in France, according to official statistics for both countries. Europe is facing soaring power prices as its economy recovers from the coronavirus pandemic, while natural gas reserves are at a worrying low level as winter approaches. Italian consumers are now paying some of the highest electricity prices in Europe, with the average cost already at €145.03 per megawatt hour, according to the newspaper Corriere della Sera. This means the cost is higher than in Portugal and in Spain, where electricity costs have soared to 141 and change euros per megawatt hour, reaching an all-time high on September 9th after significant price rises across much of Europe over the past 12 months. So it's not limited to China, it's not limited to Germany, it's not limited to the UK. Italy gets in on the fray. And of course, notice what they say. Well, they think it's all because of coronavirus? Nay, I don't think so. And one more for good measure. Global supply chain crisis to last until 2023, says Middle East's largest port operator. So global central bankers have been out and about, continuing to promote a narrative that inflation is transitory. We've seen it from the likes of Powell, Lagarde, Bailey, and Kuroda. Logically, these monetary wonks are right. Inflation caused by supply chain bottlenecks will resolve itself, but these officials have yet to provide a timeline because they don't know. For more insight on when global supply chain bottlenecks will subside, Dubai's DP World, one of the biggest international port operators, chairman and CEO Sultan Ahmed bin Saleem spoke with Bloomberg TV at the Dubai Expo 2020 on Friday and said disruptions could last for another 2 years. The global supply chain was in crisis at the beginning of the pandemic, bin Saleem said. Maybe in 2023 we'll see an easing. He pointed to skyrocketing container rates and said price increases are due to shortages and the accumulated delays. Freight rates will continue to increase, and the shipping lanes are having an amazing time, he added. And of course, we just covered that. Again, I'll drop here at the conclusion of the show the Rabobank piece here that kind of lays it out. Only read a snippet of that, but there is an element of what he's saying to be truthful, and that yes, this crisis was starting to unfold before the whole COVID shenanigans spilled out. Says for some context on DP World's operations, it manages the port of Jebel Ali, also known as Mina Jebel Ali, a deep port located in Jebel Ali, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The port is the world's ninth busiest port. The world's largest shipping line, IEP Muller-Maersk, recently warned bottlenecks might last longer than expected, and some shippers have pledged to cap spot rates. DHL and UPS have also warned supply chain disorder will not only persist into next year, but could leave a permanent scar. Before global supply chains splinter further and lead to more shortages worldwide, the question is, how can supply chain bottlenecks be resolved? Since the crisis was created by surging demand, putting strain on container capacity, suppliers, and logistics companies as they struggled to deliver goods. The easiest way to break this vicious cycle is for consumer demand growth to wane. Well, that solution is something countries aren't willing to embark on because it will disrupt their economic recoveries from the virus pandemic lows. Interesting. Think of what this scamdemic is doing. Do you think we're getting a fair read on just how many people are actually dying, not just of COVID, but of the jabs at this point? Do you think VAERS is accurate? Of course not. We know that many hospital systems and that are not reporting. We know that it's probably only representative of about 1%. So do we really know worldwide how many people have been lost to this scamdemic and the jabs and that are being pushed? What do you think is going to result from people just disappearing? Is there going to be more or less demand at that point? Kind of sounds like a typical example of problem, reaction, solution. Mohamed El Erian, former PIMCO CEO and chief economic advisor at Alliance, also sees these disruptions will be with us for a while, prompting producer prices to continue soaring around the world that eventually push up consumer prices. El Erian warned supply-side troubles could last 1 to 2 years, if not more, which translates into stagflationary winds for the global economy unfamiliar to those who did not live through the 1970s. While industry leaders continue to warn about continued supply chain woes, central bankers live in an alternate world of denial that will ultimately crush any credibility they have left. They have credibility? I wasn't aware of that, but yeah, it's time to end the Fed, time to end the monetary system as we have it today, build something new. Is crypto the answer? Blockchain? I wouldn't say that's 100% of the solution, but it is a solution that could potentially be used, and we'll have to see. And last but not least on the morning, some other news outside of some financials. Facebook whistleblower claims profit was prioritized over clamping down on hate speech. So we get a Facebook whistleblower who is due to testify before Congress on Tuesday, has accused the big tech company of repeatedly putting profit before doing what was good for the public, including clamping down on hate speech. Question: what is hate speech defined as? Does that vary by country to country? Who is the sole arbiter of telling us what the sole definition of hate speech is exactly? That's what I thought. Frances Haugen, who told CBS's 60 Minutes program that she was recruited by Facebook as a product manager on the civic misinformation team in 2019, said she and her attorneys have filed at least 8 complaints with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. During her appearance on the television program on Sunday, Haugen revealed that she was the whistleblower who provided the internal documents for a September 14th expose by the Wall Street Journal that claims Instagram has a toxic impact on the self-esteem of young girls. That investigation claimed that the social media giant knows about the issue, but, quote, made minimal efforts to address these issues and plays them down in public, end quote. The thing I saw at Facebook over and over again was there were conflicts of interest between what was good for the public and what was good for Facebook. And Zuckerberg, over and over again, chose to optimize for its own interests, like making more money, said Haugen. She explained that Facebook did so by picking out content that gets engagement or reaction, even if that content is hateful, divisive, or polarizing. because it's easier to inspire people to anger than it is to other emotions. Facebook has realized that if they change the algorithm to be safer, people will spend less time on the site. They'll click on less ads, they'll make less money, she claimed. Haugen is expected to testify at a Senate hearing on October 5th, tomorrow, titled Protecting Kids Online, about Facebook's knowledge regarding the photo sharing app's allegedly harmful effects on children. During her appearance on the television program, Haugen also accused Facebook of lying to the public about the progress it made to rein in hate speech on the social media platform. She further accused the company of fueling division and violence in the United States and worldwide. When we live in an information environment that is full of angry, hateful, polarizing content, it erodes our civic trust. It erodes our faith in each other. It erodes our ability to want to care for each other. The version of Facebook that exists today is tearing our societies apart and causing ethnic violence around the world, she said. She added that Facebook was used to help organize the breach of the U.S. Capitol building on January 6, after the company switched off its safety systems following the U.S. presidential elections. Now, wait a minute. Wasn't it the apps and everybody else ganging up on Parler because they said Parler was at fault? I mean, there couldn't have been any wrongdoing whatsoever with @Jack over at Twitter or Zuckerberg over at Facebook, now could there? But this states differently, doesn't it? Says while she believed no one at Facebook was malevolent, she said the company had misaligned incentives. Facebook makes more money when you consume more content, she said. People enjoy engaging with things that elicit an emotional reaction, and the more anger that they get exposed to, the more they interact and the more they consume. Shortly after the televised interview, Facebook's spokesperson Lena Peach released a statement pushing back against Haugen's claims. We continue to make significant improvements to tackle the spread of misinformation and harmful content, said Peach. To suggest we encourage bad content and do nothing is just not true. Separately, Facebook's Vice President of Global Affairs, Nick Clegg, told Clown News before the interview aired that it was ludicrous to assert social media was to blame for the events that unfolded on January 6th. Of course, Epoch Times has reached out to Facebook for additional comment. Nothing yet, so we'll see what shakes out. And again, that hearing is apparently tomorrow, so we'll have to see what comes of that. All right, aside from that here, quick flash over to the weather on the day. It appears Sam has decided it wants to make a bit of a right turn and head up out of the way of the U.S., so it doesn't look like that's going to be making landfall. Looks like it's drifting out to sea. Victor, no longer. Don't know. I guess he must have dissipated. And let's see, flashing over to the other side of the world, that big one that was up north of Japan in recent days appears to have dissipated and gone away as well. So it appears right now we've only got one hurricane yet on the water. There was another one down here. It started up the other day called 90L, maybe a little tropical depression, but that seems to have dissipated at least for the moment. So as far as the weather across the U.S. looks to be pretty good. Got a few showers and that running up the East Coast side here. Probably hit a little bit later in the day. Still early. But aside from that, like I said, back to shipping and that, we still got the log jam going on. LA, Long Beach and that there. Probably 60, 70 container ships all still waiting to be unloaded. And obviously, they're not in a position at this point still to be able to go full 24/7. So, again, it's going to take a while for all that to unlog jam, if you will. So, that being said, that is going to do it for the broadcast here this morning for the narrated portion. I'll throw the switch back over here momentarily and let the old headlines run through. We'll be back a little bit later on the day to close things out. So appreciate it if you join me then. Otherwise, if you missed it, by the way, this past weekend did do a fireside chat. It's been one of the first ones I've done in quite a while. So if you missed that, you can go back on the channel, pick that up here on the YouTube side for the replay or over on Twitch. I believe it's still up. and you can check that out. So that's going to do it for now. We'll see you later. Take care, and God bless everybody.
Produce our allies and good for the global economy. Thank you.
Right? Is that the rule? Well, welcome, Catherine. It's a pleasure to have you here. Let me also welcome Sarah Bianchi, newly sworn in Deputy USTR, whose, I think, first official act is here. And it's a great honor to have you with us, and I hope to get you back on, in your own right subsequently, probably to talk more about this since China is your portfolio. And thank you to the live audience for coming, and also for those of you that are watching remotely. Catherine and I are going to have a conversation for a little while, and then we're going to take some questions from the live audience as well as questions from the online audience if they have any. And I should alert everybody that she has a firm stop at 11 because you have to go to Paris, I guess. Is that right? For an OECD meeting, and we don't want to get in the way of that. So we'll be stopping on time. Let me begin with kind of the overriding question, I think, based on what you said, which, you know, you alluded to Trump's efforts to try to force China to change its economic policies that were unilateral, and which you characterized as failed, which I think most people would agree to. I guess the fundamental question is it possible to succeed? Can China be changed, or are we just going to spend the next decade trying to do the impossible?
Well, Bill, let me, thank you very much. Let me just back up one moment. I don't think it's fair to say that I've characterized the previous administration's efforts as failed. What I would say is that it hasn't gotten us to where we need to go. And so that brings me to, I think, the main thrust of your question, which is how do we know that this is the path to get us there? I think, like with anything else in life, you got to look at where you've come from to figure out, if you've not gotten to where you want to go, how you correct course. And I think that in terms of the approach that the Biden administration is taking, it is very much about being thoughtful, examining what we have done in the past, what it has accomplished, what it has not accomplished, and having that inform how we adjust and look for ways to be more effective, and look to building out a strategy that addresses not just near term, but the long term.
Well, I think part of it is Build Back Better, as you pointed out in detail, and I think that I at least think that makes a lot of sense. It's the running faster part of the strategy. Let's focus on the other part of the strategy, which is how we deal with what they're doing, which is what most of your comments are about. So you're saying that that you think that further discussions with the Chinese, I don't want to say negotiations because you didn't use that word, but further discussions with the Chinese might actually produce some change in their policies?
Well, I think that China is a participant in the global economy, and it is the one that we have unresolved issues with. I don't think there is a path to addressing those issues without having a direct conversation with China and direct communication with China.
But it sounds like the main thing you're going to be talking about is how to enforce what Trump negotiated, right?
So that is the starting point, because that is the structure and that is the architecture of the trade relationship that we have right now. But you have to start somewhere if you want to get somewhere else.
Yeah, but after you do that, what's the next thing?
Well, it will depend on how the conversation goes. What I've said in my speech is we will engage on phase one, examine China's performance, have that full conversation with China, while raising our concerns about the larger industrial policy mismatch and the impacts on our economies.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about where they are on phase one? Do you buy the Chad Bones scorekeeping on that? Your predecessor did not. Do you think he's right about where they are? How far along are they? Can they meet the goals this year? Is that possible?
So no disrespect to Chad Bone, but I haven't seen his scorecard, so can't comment on it. But let me just say this. The phase one agreement has a lot of parts to it. The part that attracts the most attention is the purchase commitments, because there are numbers and metrics that are naturally involved. There's trade data that's publicly available here in the US and Chinese trade data. We are all looking at the same data. I think that the questions are going to be in the conversations with China, in the performance and maintenance of this phase one agreement, which is useful and has had value in stabilizing the relationship. How can we address the concerns that we have around China's performance?
Are there particular points you want to, things they have not done that you want to focus on?
I think that the question is, there are things that appear that they have not done.
Such as?
I have not had the conversation with them around whether they have tried to do it, or what's come, what the intervening concerns are. So let me put it this way. I think that we are going to have have to have really honest conversations with China about all of the elements of the phase one agreement. These are commitments that China made. They are commitments that our businesses and workers in certain sectors have looked to. We will have to address where this relationship goes from this starting point.
I have to say in passing, about 4 months ago, I did a little project trying to figure out where they had met their commitments and where they had not. And I discovered that nobody at USTR wanted to tell me. Are you? I mean, I gather that somebody was keeping score somewhere, but nobody was talking. Are you going to make that public at some point?
Well, I like to pride myself on with the current team that I have and carrying out President Biden's spirit that we have brought a new level of transparency to USTR. But you know, in terms of these analyses, it's not the type of thing that USTR likes to put out there. I would say this: I think that our assessment is something, most importantly, that we have to take up with China, and that's why these conversations are so important.
And okay, let me ask, move on to something else slightly. There have been rumors that you're going to initiate a new Section 301 investigation. Are you?
It depends. I have all kinds of tools available to us. You know more than most people about the 1974 Act and Section 301.
I recall it, yes. The person who wrote it is a good friend of mine, so yes.
So Section 301 is a trade enforcement tool. It is a very, very important tool. We will look at all available tools in addressing our concerns and ensuring that we are able to defend the interests of the American economy.
As a legal matter, if you want to make changes in the tariffs that the president has imposed pursuant to 301, not exclusions, but material changes in the tariffs, wouldn't you have to initiate a new investigation at this point?
I'll defer to my lawyers on the ins and
But
outs
you're
of
one
Section
of them.
301. But I'm not my own lawyer.
Well, and they say that he who represents himself as a fool for a client, so I can't complain about that. But okay, I understand that, or I'm told actually that Phase 1, among other things, included targets for Chinese purchases 2022 through 2025. Are you going to continue those? Are you going to hold them to those? It sounds like you're not going to do Phase 2. That would Phase 2. What happens after Phase 1 as far as purchasing is concerned? Are they on their own at that point?
So I'm going to take a little bit of a detour and just express my own personal disinclination for the term Phase 1 agreement. The actual name of the agreement is the U.S.-China Trade and Economic Agreement, I believe, but it's kind of a mouthful, so Phase 1 it is. I'm not quite sure. You'll have to ask my predecessor and the previous administration in setting this up as Phase 1 what they were thinking about as a Phase 2. So, you know, there's an expectations issue there. But let me just say this. I think that the structure, the architecture of this agreement is where we have to start. And in terms of how we proceed from here is going to involve the principles that I've just laid out in my speech around what will be in the interests of the American economy, our workers, our businesses, our producers, and how much traction we get with China, and to what degree we have to take our own measures to defend our interests.
Okay, I guess the question would be, I guess I'm not supposed to use Phase 1, but the current commitments expire at the, as far as purchases are concerned at the end of the calendar year. The agreement expires I guess in Valentine's Day, as I recall, or thereabouts. So that means really after this year, they don't have any obligations to purchase, to buy anything from us, right?
Well, I think you referenced that there are there's language on further years
Yes.
in the agreement, but it's not as specific as these past 2 years. As I'm looking at this agreement, not having been a part of the negotiating team, I think what that says to me is that further conversations have to happen between the two sides to provide for care and maintenance for this relationship.
Well, with respect to those conversations, can you be a little more specific other than saying soon? You got any plans?
We are working on plans, I can tell you that.
Okay, well, that's good. You had also mentioned, as the president on several occasions, about working together with partners and allies and how important that is, which I think everyone here would agree to. Can you say a little bit more about which partners and allies in particular you've been working with on China?
Well, again, referencing the new level of transparency and openness that we have at USTR, for those of you who have signed up for our readouts and press statements, I think that we generate quite a lot of inbox activity. Almost every conversation that I have with a foreign counterpart, I am looking to explore where our shared interests are. To your specific question on who we've been working with on China, I think that this has been out in the open this entire time, and is actually maybe the least anticipated part of the discussion around our strategy. If you look at the settlement of the large civil aircraft disputes earlier this year in June with the UK and the EU, that was about finding a way to manage our own differences between us and converting a relationship of litigation into one of collaboration on shared challenges. And in that sector, the shared challenge certainly coming from Chinese industrial policies.
Well, the next one up is steel and aluminum. Is that going to get in the way of cooperation with the EU on China?
I don't think so. I think that with respect to steel and aluminum and the work that USTR has been doing with the Department of Commerce, the engagement with the EU follows the same line of thinking and spirit as the approach that we took to large civil aircraft, which is how do you take a situation of tension and work through it to convert it into a partnership and collaboration. And that is certainly what we are working on in our goal in that exercise.
Is increasing market access to China one of your goals? And if so, what sectors are you targeting?
I think that part of the story of the US-China trade relationship over these recent few decades has been about this thirst on the part of our business sector in particular for increased market access to China. And business sector, I include our agricultural sector, obviously. You know, I think along the traditional lines of the way we've thought about trade and how benefits come from trade, it has been very focused on securing market access. I think that what we've seen is our traditional approach to trade has run into a lot of realities that are today causing us to open our eyes and think about, is what we're looking for more liberalized trade and just more trade? Are we looking for smarter and more resilient trade?
That's sort of a very elegant no.
Well, Bill, I think that is up for interpretation.
Okay, well, that's my interpretation. We'll see. I think that I've had other conversations like this, and I end up always remembering that there are people actually that want to sell more stuff out there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And we're for that,
there
right?
are people who are selling a lot of stuff, yes. So, you know, this is a good clarification to make, which is in the US-China trade relationship, there have been sectors that have done quite well. What we are seeking to do is to ensure that if there are things that are working, they should continue to work. But in terms of China's scale, the direction of its industrial policies in particular, and in terms of the speed with which we've seen China accomplish many of its goals, there are a number of sectors and areas in our economy where we can no longer just wish for the best. We've actually got to do something and address it.
Is decoupling of supply chains with China a Biden administration a priority?
I know there's a lot of talk about decoupling. I think at the end of the day, I still don't have necessarily good understanding of what everybody means if we've got a common definition of decoupling. I think that the concern, maybe the question, is whether or not the United States and China need to stop trading with each other. I don't think that's a realistic outcome in terms of our global economy. I think that the issue perhaps is what are the goals we're looking for in a kind of recoupling? How can we have a trade relationship with China where we are occupying strong and robust positions within the supply chain, and that there is a trade that's happening as opposed to a dependency?
Well, Related to decoupling is the question of, and this is sort of related to Build Back Better, because a good bit of Build Back Better seems to be about reshoring, not just with respect to China, but bringing jobs back to the United States. Do you think that Made in America laws or Buy American laws are sufficient leverage to localize sourcing of goods currently made in China?
Bill, I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if anybody does, but I'm glad you asked this question because it gives me an opportunity to talk a bit about this notion of revitalizing our manufacturing base. I think that in a lot of people's minds, manufacturing is something that comes from an earlier era, that it's something that if we lose it over time, it's okay. I think what a lot of people don't appreciate is that manufacturing, the act of making things, first of all, is critical to our resilience as an economy. And I'll just point to the COVID-19 pandemic that we continue to struggle through, and that scramble for basic goods like masks, gloves, gowns, even ventilators in the early months of the pandemic for us. With a critical level of manufacturing activity, an economy has more adaptability and pivotability than without, first of all. Second of all, I don't think enough people appreciate the degree to which manufacturing activity is a vital part of the innovation ecosystem. We talk a lot about research and development, but if you're just doing research and development and you're not also in the process of translating that into the actual doing and making, you have left out of the cycle a very important feedback loop in terms of how you can continue to make your processes better, how you can make your designs better. And that is something, if we want to be a leader and we want to maintain our status as the world's innovation hotbed, that manufacturing activity is absolutely critical.
Yeah, I used to give speeches about that. You know, if you don't make anything, eventually you don't invent anything. You can use that line if you want.
I like it. I will.
I think it's true,
Yeah.
but the question really is about how you get there. And a lot of what the administration is proposing is in the incentives category. Let's restore our innovative capabilities, and we've already talked about that. That's not the controversial part. The controversial part is, what are we going to do about companies that have embedded other imports into their supply chains, and what are we going to do about pushing them to not do that anymore?
Well, I think that still is about incentives. I think that at least with respect to what we do in trade, the rules that we have in our system don't go out there and make things happen. In general, they're setting up a structure within which our economic participants make their own decisions. And I think that it is actually critical to be looking at the incentive structure to incentivize resilience, as opposed to just efficiency.
Okay, let me do one or two more, and then we're going to go to the audience. This one is the obvious, which is U.S. engagement in the Indo-Pacific region, which coincides with China's application to join the CPTPP. What is the administration going to do about that? Are we planning to join CPTPP? Are you getting warmer to the idea? Are you going to try to block China's joining the CPTPP?
So when you say U.S. engagement coincides with China's application, China just applied a week or two ago. The United States has been engaged, has been deeply invested in the Asia-Pacific, Indo-Pacific for a very long time. You know, what I would say is we care deeply about the partners in that region of the world, in particular because I think that competitive pressures on them are, because of geography, particularly acute. In terms of CPTPP, I guess I would say this. The TPP, which is the basis for the CPTPP, was something that was negotiated several years ago now. It concluded, I think, 6 years ago, almost exactly. And the world economy has shown us realities in the intervening years that I think we really have to pay attention to. So, in terms of our continued investment and engagement with our partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific, I think what we need to do is to fully engage and address the realities and challenges that we see today.
Okay, I have an opinion about that, but I'll save it for the podcast. Tune in later on for our next podcast. Let's go to the audience. Scott Kennedy, I think you have a question. I saw a hand up. Wait for the microphone, and please tell us who you are before you ask a question.
Ambassador Ty, thanks so much for being here. It's great to have you at CSIS to unveil your bilateral China policy. I wanted to ask about the phase one, sorry for using that term, about the U.S.-China trade agreement from January 2000, from 2020. It sounds like from what you described that it may not be your first choice, but given where we've come from, you're comfortable enough with employing the strategy or approach of managed trade that you're not about to abandon it. So I was curious your thoughts about sort of conceptually managed trades, government setting targets and trying to achieve them. With regard to the deal itself, are you going to formally invoke the appeals process that's laid out in Chapter 7 of the agreement to launch these conversations with the Chinese? And who is your counterpart in China? Is that Liu He, or just curious who we expect to have on the other side of the table? Thanks.
So Scott, if I'm not mistaken, you're the other half of the Trade Guys podcast, yes?
Unfortunately, Scott Miller.
No,
That's Scott Miller.
Scott.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
We're not double teaming.
Understood. I think you might have asked me 3 or 4 questions. So if I could exercise the privilege, could you just kind of highlight for me the ones that you really want me to respond to?
Just your thoughts about managed trade and then the appeals process.
Okay. Let's see. I guess managed trade is one way you could describe the purchase commitments. What are my views on it? I'm a tremendously practical person. There are commitments that have been made. That means that there are commitments that we have to seek follow through on. I think that when you talk about managed trade, just to break it down, it is a different model for managing a trade relationship than the model that we've pursued before, which has been, let's seek market access and then, let the chips fall where they may. I guess what I would say is, channeling my inner pragmatism, this is the arrangement that we have now. It is an arrangement that has evolved out of a frustration with the previous model. And so the question that I bring to this issue that you've presented is not ideologically how do I feel about it, but what is actually going to present results and what is actually going to be effective. And I think that this conversation around the purchase commitments that we are preparing to have is going to be directly informative to determining how effective this is at this point in time for the challenges that we have in this relationship.
Okay, John Verno.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai. Thank you for your remarks today. I wanted to ask if you could expand a little bit about the exclusion process that you envision, not asking you to go into great detail, that will be forthcoming as appropriate. But just as you know, a lot of U.S. companies, downstream manufacturers, use inputs from China, would be quite happy to source from countries from either domestically or other countries, but have had trouble getting those other sources. So I'm just curious as to what weight you expect you would place on requesters of these exclusions when they say they just cannot source this domestically or from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, John. It's great to see you, and thank you for that extremely important question. I guess what I would say is we place a lot of weight in what we hear from our businesses, especially our small and medium-sized businesses that certainly have been impacted by the tariffs, and that is why, that is certainly why we are restarting a tariff exclusion process.
Okay, they're on two over from Scott. I can't.
Thank you, Bill. Dan Rosen from Rhodium Group. You said just a second ago that commitments were made and therefore they must be followed through. A lot of commitments were made in the Trump years. I wonder if that applies to all of them. But with regard to the phase one in particular, 100% of China's purchase commitments could be fulfilled by trade diversion from our allies. Take, for example, barley, which the Chinese canceled contracts with the Australians, moved those contracts over to the United States. I'm trying to reconcile the focus on working with allies with the centrality of the so-called phase one agreement at the heart of your approach.
So let me try to formulate what I heard in your question, and you can let me know if I've missed something, which is how do you work with your allies at the same time as you raise concerns around purchase commitments with China, because the allies are impacted by those commitments and may not like those commitments? Is that essentially your question?
Well, the question is that the phase one is inherently a bilateral agreement that has no regard for the multilateral consequences of how those Chinese commitments are fulfilled. So is that compatible with the focus you have on making sure we start with allies among market economies, or is there potentially a technical problem?
Well, let's take two steps back from the phase one agreement. The phase one agreement wasn't concocted in a vacuum, right? And I go through the sequence of events in the speech that I just gave, which is there was a 301 investigation. The 301 investigation led to several tranches of tariffs, which led to retaliation from China, which then led to this engagement and the negotiation of this agreement. So this agreement comes about in the midst of increased tensions and trade actions between our two economies. As I see it, the commitments that have come out of the phase one agreement operated, one, to stabilize these rising tensions, but also to address, or to attempt to address, this need to realign the relationship. It is important, and it is an important question, which I think Scott asked earlier, which is whether or not this structure that we have is effective in addressing the interests that we have as an economy vis-a-vis the relationship we have with China. And I think that is the critical question, and that is the one that we are going to have to assess in our conversations with China and with our allies.
Okay, last row back there. Yeah.
On the Denny Galino from Mace News, on the outside chance that perhaps China would increase its purchases and somehow meet its commitments under phase one, would the U.S. then reciprocate and do something equally nice?
Would we reciprocate? Let me say this. I know why everyone is fixated on the purchase commitments. But let me just say this. I think that the real essence of the engagement and these first steps in terms of resuming the bilateral contact with China is assessing and establishing the bases for this relationship, how we navigate it in the near term, and where we can take it in the longer term. So I'm just going to kind of create a little bit of distance with respect to your particular hypothetical, because I think that there are a lot of additional elements to these conversations that are coming up that are as important, if not more important, than the specific issue of purchase commitments.
Okay, Meredith. Wait for the microphone. Long wait, sorry.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai. This question relates to the Digital Markets Act. it would crack in the European Union, and it would crack down on a lot of U.S. tech firms that are operating there through large-scale changes to their competition policy law. The DMA raises lots of WTO issues, including broad-scale discrimination of U.S. firms. Secretary Raimondo said yesterday or last week that she was going to express her reservations about the DMA to the Europeans at the Trade and Technology Council. Can you give us some insight into how the DMA was discussed with the Europeans at the TTC last week?
Well, thank you, Meredith, for that question. I can confirm that it was discussed. And let me just reflect on, your question in the context of the other questions that I've had today, and just observe how really complex the entire world economy is. And the degree to which, our economic activity, our economic interactions are very complex, but also how they are impacted by the development of technology and the way that technology is changing the way we interact with our economy and with each other in different economies. So I particularly appreciate you asking that question in the context of this session, because I think it does go to how important it is to defend the interests of our economy, our workers, and our businesses with countries with whom we think we have a lot in common and countries with whom we have a lot of tension. So, to your specific question, I think I just confirmed that the issue was raised, and that I am very confident that those of us on the administration team will continue to raise our concerns and ask questions with the Europeans. And because of the TTC, I am confident that we will be able to address these concerns and have the kind of robust and honest conversations with the Europeans that we need to have.
Okay, in the back, the gentleman with the white mask next to the camera. I'm sorry, with masks I can't recognize anybody anymore.
It's Peter Rashford from the ICGS, Johns Hopkins. Ambassador Tai, you mentioned the importance of working with allies in like-minded countries. Do you think that a plurilateral agreement, perhaps starting with US, EU, and Japan, that aimed at higher standards and stricter enforcement on subsidies and state-owned enterprises could help create leverage that would encourage China to mitigate any aspects of its economic behavior that is harmful to US workers and firms?
So I like that question also because, it intersects a couple of the themes and principles that I laid out in the speech. One of them is working with allies, right, collaboration. And the other piece of it is the use of tools, right, and looking for how we can be effective. I always want to make clear that we will look at all available tools, we will look at developing new tools, and we will look at all of these elements through the lens of where there is opportunity to work with others. So the specific example you raised is a potential opportunity to work with our allies and to develop new tools and new rules, but I'm particularly interested in new tools because the key is how can we be effective in changing the trajectory of this global competition model and how we can do that with others.
Okay, I think the person next to Peter had a question too. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai. This is Mary Lovely from the Peterson Institute. You mentioned that you wanted to change the dynamic of the relationship, and I'm interested in your thoughts on that. In particular, right now we have a scatter approach with the tariffs. For example, we have tariffs on footwear. When we talk about industrial subsidies, we're really talking about the industries of the future, and so that suggests a pivot in focus in your office. And I'm just wondering if you might speak to how you see us moving from where we are today to a focus on industrial subsidies and what tools you might use. Thank you.
So I have to confess I didn't quite understand the pivot, but I think that you mean you heard in the speech a focus on both trade and goods, but then also focus on trade and technology. Does that capture it? Well, I think of it this way. as U.S. Trade Representative, right, and the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, our job is to represent the interests of the U.S. Economy and trade. That's the entire economy, and that is also the entire range of trade. So, I don't see it as much as a pivot, but when we talk about bringing a holistic approach to how we're looking at U.S.-China trade and, more broadly, our worker-centered trade policy, it is about looking at the comprehensive picture.
Well, we have a couple online questions, which I think you can dispose of fairly quickly, and then we'll finish on time.
Okay.
Does the administration have a plan to discuss Chinese foreign exchange policies going forward?
Oh, well, so foreign exchange is primarily the jurisdiction of the Treasury Department.
I knew you were going to say that. But I didn't want to stiff the online questioner, but okay. Another a macroeconomic question. With inflation a real concern in the U.S. right now, isn't there pressure to remove tariffs where possible, if only to relieve price pressures that risk broader macroeconomic consequences?
Well, on this one, I would say that inflation is a concern worldwide, and that it has a lot to do as well with this is my economic term. It has a lot to do with the discombobulation in supply chains that come with the global pandemic. Both the lockdown from the pandemic and also this recovery process, we see mismatches in demand and supply and disruptions in supply chain. So yes, inflation is something that everyone is looking at carefully, and I think that on this you also have to look holistically.
Okay, one more, because I forgot to ask it, and it's embarrassing that I forgot. What role does the WTO play in all this?
Oh, well.
On China in particular.
Sure, on China in particular. Well, let me say this about the WTO, and I really want to take this opportunity because I say it to a lot of counterparts and a lot of audiences that are smaller perhaps than the one we have today, and I want to take the opportunity to make this clear in this context also. We at USTR and this administration support the WTO. We were founders of the WTO. We were there at the beginning. We were founders of the GATT that came before the WTO. The WTO absolutely has a very, very important role to play here. But as you've also heard in my narration of the course of events in the development of the U.S.-China trade relationship, we focused very heavily on the WTO, certainly in the first 15 years of China's membership at the WTO. And I think that as much as we will continue to invest and commit and try to innovate in terms of being a member at the WTO and seeking to bring reform to the WTO, that we also need to be agile and to be open-minded and to think outside of the box with respect to how we can be more effective in addressing the concerns that we really have been struggling to address with China on trade.
Well, we could spend 15 more minutes on that alone. We'll have to have you back to talk about the WTO in greater detail. It's an issue of great interest, I think, here at CSIS and some of the work we do. But this time we're out of time, so thank you very much for coming to visit us. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you to the audience for some very thoughtful questions as well.
Thank you so much, Bill. Thanks to all of you.
Welcome back, everybody. Spectre here, tuning in for the afternoon side of the broadcast here today. Who'd have thunk we'd start off with a bang the way today has? And we're going to get into all the goings on here. Obviously, many of you probably tuning in wondering what the heck has been going on with Facebook, all the various outages and so forth. All sorts of shenanigans playing out across the scene here today. We're going to get into that here, but before I do, obviously the first thing that I want to get into is how we fared on the old stock market here today, and we'll get to that here right now. There we go. All right, so how did we fare? Well, stocks haven't done this since the COVID crash in March 2020. The debt ceiling concerns are mounting fast as Biden blames McConnell in a perfect mirror of Pelosi's comments when GOP ran the show in early 2018. And obviously, this will probably take us back to whole Twitter sphere. Nancy Pelosi blaming McConnell and company when they ran the houses, both the Senate and the House, and had the presidency. Yeah, that's not aging too well because guess what? Now the shoe's on the other foot. So we got the U.S. debt ceiling anxiety proxy, the T-bill kink spread going through the roof at this point. Most of these charts coming out of Bloomberg here today. Says after the desperate rampathon on Friday, stocks drifted gently lower overnight on the heels of Evergrande headlines. Says that drift turned into an avalanche at the U.S. cash open as yields spiked and cryptos puked in what felt like some liquidation effort, and stocks stabilized around the European close. Nasdaq was down over 2% on a day and was the biggest loser, while small caps in the Dow outperformed by only losing 1%. And says Nasdaq closed at its lowest since June, and notably the S&P gave up all its Friday ramp gains, and that's where support came at, a key inflection point in S&P's gamma profile. Most shorted stocks tumbled once again to what is key support here, and looks like that's dating back to about end of May time frame there. Says turn those machines back on. Yeah, where are you, Jay Powell? Turn those babies on. Algo and large specs appeared to be running the show today amid higher volumes in stock futures while cash trading was light. Large specs are long and wrong on this one, at least for now. The S&P 500 held below its 100-day moving average for a third consecutive session today, something that has not happened since the pandemic. Dip buyers are not emerging this time as different as the lower low after an initial break of the 50-day moving average is also not something we have seen since March of 2020. Several 1,000-plus name sell programs went through the market today, including the third largest computer-generated scheme since the September 20th Quadwitch OPEX. And here we see the spread on that. It says non-profitable tech stocks plunged today back to their lowest since early May. And of course, scrolling through these, profitable tech stocks are tumbling too at the FAAMG, that's Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and Google stocks down almost 10% from the records high at 3-month lows, thanks to Facebook's monkey hammering, among others. Yeah, they took a beating here today as well. Reportedly, Zuckerberg lost about $7 billion and dropped him a notch or two down. Despite the equity puke, bonds were also sold today, up around 2 basis points across the curve. It says note that all the selling was overnight during the Asia and EU sessions, with a big bid shortly after the U.S. cash open. Interesting timing, huh? And the dollar was also dumped, though modestly, so that's slightly down. Cryptos were volatile, but ended up higher as it appears they are once again emerging as inflation or catastrophic failure hedges. Bitcoin was volatile, but topped $49,500 later in the day. And along those lines, gold also managed gains today, albeit slightly. West Texas Intermediate surged to its highest since 2014 after OPEC Plus, the JMMC, erred on the more bullish side of output increases. And we also note that European natural gas continues to trade astronomically rich to U.S. natural gas. And we're going to have a little bit more to say about that here momentarily. Finally, USA sovereign risk continues to rise and seems to coincide with previous either debt downgrades or debt ceiling increases, and that obviously dating back 2011, 2013, 2015 timeframe. Of course, the last time we monkeyed around with the old debt ceiling, it was kind of a non-starter and has been kind of on pause since about 2019 when DJT was still at the helm. So in any case, get back to work, Mrs. Pelosi, because if not, well, you are here. Here's where the S&P has been tracking, pretty much following the injection of liquidity into the markets by the old Federal Reserve. And of course, now we're following right along that line from the 1987 crash. Seems they decided to take the old line away from the October 18th date of Yellen's on whether or not the U.S. is actually going to default or not. So literally, we're only about, 14 days out from that? 2 weeks? So, dun dun dun, the saga continues. Rest in peace, Tobias Lekovich. All right. In any case, like I said, more on shipping as we've been discussing here over the recent weeks. The cost of shipping between China and the U.S. plunges, but for the worst possible reason. And this is a bit of a brief on the article I covered here this morning. I put it out in chat for those that wish to follow along. It was kind of an extensive piece, nonetheless, but here's kind of the abbreviated version of that. It says late last week, when looking at the latest global container shipping rates, we observed what appears to be a peak in rates, noting that there was a glimmer of hope for global snarled supply chains. And here's the graphic that they referred to. Says overnight, Japan's Nikkei picked up on this writing that indeed the cost of shipping between China and the U.S. plunged this week after hitting record highs in early September as the off-season approaches. A power crunch slows Chinese manufacturing, and speculators rush to sell their hoarded shipping spots. Citing an executive with a Shanghai freight company, Nikkei noted the cost of shipping a 40-foot container from China to the U.S. West Coast dropped nearly half in the previous 4 days, going from about $15,000 to just over $8,000, while the spot rate for shipping to the East Coast had fallen by more than one quarter, from over $20,000 to less than $15,000. Of course, we need some context here. And as a reminder, prior to the pandemic, the rate was usually around $1,500 and has since skyrocketed due to excess demand and lack of supply. On the demand side, U.S. consumers stuck at home have splurged on durable goods, such as gym equipment and furnishings. However, congestion at ports around the world led to a dearth of containers and speculation by scalpers looking to make a profit from rising prices. This pushed container rates to record highs. However, in the last week of September, something finally snapped, and the shipping rate on a route between China and the West Coast almost halved. The route is operated by Matson, one of the biggest U.S. container freight companies. Matson said it has nothing to do with the slump in spot shipping rates, and the October 2nd long-term rate for shipping a 40-foot container from China to the West Coast, it reported to the Shanghai Shipping Exchange, was up $200 from a month earlier. Then there is a difference between spot and long-term rates. An analyst at Tianfeng Securities said that shipping companies often set the long-term rates, but the spot rates quoted by shipping forwarders are the actual market prices determined by supply and demand. Many long-term rates listed on the Shanghai Shipping Exchange for shipping a 40-foot TEU from China to the U.S. are under $5,000, much lower than the spot rates. And here comes the bad news. As we first explained over the weekend, in a dip in shipping rates, the end of the nightmare or just the eye of the hurricane, which, by the way, if you roll back the tape to this morning, was the article that I started to cover. And again, too long, did not read all of it, but again, the link is out there if you wish to splurge on it a bit. Says the plunge in spot shipping rates, the analyst said, is mainly caused by the imminent off-season and a reduction in manufacturing due to China's ongoing power crunch. Now, mind you, we talked about this morning, that probably half the provinces in China at this point are having the equivalent of like what California has done in the past with rolling blackouts, which also means that companies and factories net are also not producing at this point. And here at the end of last week, they said by way of Chinese government that get as much coal as possible at whatever cost. So multiple provinces across China are suspending factory production to ameliorate energy shortages or to meet the central government's energy consumption control targets. As production restrictions began to be implemented, scalpers dumped their hoarded container spots, contributing to the price tumble, the source from the Shanghai Shipping Company said. Furthermore, scalpers had to rush to sell off the spots between October 1st and October 7th, before the start of the 7-day Chinese National Day holiday, which starts at the beginning of the month and lasts through Thursday, during which virtually no products will be shipped out of China. In other words, demand is still there, but there is simply no actual production to ship out of China. Commenting on this sudden reversal, Rebel Bank's Michael Every put it best. Says we now have the first signs of a possible leveling off in insane shipping prices from Asia, but only because the power cuts being seen in China have led to a shortage of goods. As such, Western importers pay less for shipping, but only because the imports are not available at any price. Recall my Zeton's anecdote from 1994 Moscow? Recall what modern economics was all about at the very beginning, with the argument over the relative value of water and diamonds? Guess what has made things that should be more common so scarce? Long supply chains, which don't make sense if energy and shipping costs are high. Also recall that for far longer than modern economics has been with us, the world was all about mercantilism, because people understood that if you don't control trade and money, they control you. So experts are split on how shipping rates will develop in the near future. A research report by CSC Financial said shipping rates would stay relatively high in the next 2 weeks as U.S. ports stay congested and the gap between supply and demand remains large. Some are more optimistic. The Tianfeng Securities analyst, for example, predicts a decline in shipping rates, as export growth is expected to slow in the fourth quarter, the off-season for ocean freight shipping. To be sure, this won't be the first time someone has predicted that shipping rates don't drop to be proven wrong almost immediately. Meanwhile, we, as tends to happen so frequently, are much more pessimistic, and expect that this is indeed just the eye of the hurricane, and while spot rates are likely to dip for the next 2 weeks, they will then soar to fresh all-time highs as retailers scramble to save the holiday season with a fresh burst of orders, which China will be unable to meet and which will send shipping rates to new all-time highs. And I guess I'll take the time to help you rememberize what is playing out in LA Long Beach ports here. If you take the time, you could probably count up every single one of these green dots, which represent container ships. All the red ones are tankers, all waiting to get to port here. And last count, I think we were north of 70 at this point. Again, 45 at the time represented about 350 some thousand TEUs of goods and products that can't be offloaded. And by the way, that's compounded by the fact that this port does not operate 24/7, 365. At this point, they're only operating 24/7 for about 4 days a week, and then you still hit log jams because of either chassis drivers or trains or freight forwarders or depots not being able to engage in 24/7 operations either. So again, we got a ways to go before we're going to work our way out of this logjam. Aside from that, Nord Stream 2 operator begins filling the pipeline amid historic EU energy crisis, and we've been tracking this across Europe and UK both. Says Russia and Germany are celebrating the historic moment Monday that Nord Stream 2 AG was partially brought online, for the first time filling the front section of the pipeline with gas. At a moment, European Union countries have for weeks experienced shortages and soaring prices in many places, crucially, which has entered crisis mode ahead of the coming winter. NS2 operators announced in a Monday press release that the procedure for filling the first string of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline has begun, and further that the string will now be filled with gas gradually in order to achieve the volume and pressure required for further technical testing. This is the next major step before gas will actually transit from Russia into northeast Germany via the Baltic Sea from the St. Petersburg region, will be the moment German regulators issue authorization to turn on the taps for the gas to start flowing, considered the final hurdle before it goes fully operational. The final section of construction in recent weeks and months took place in Denmark's waters, with Danish inspectors and officials giving their own green light as well on Monday. And I'll just flash forward here just a little bit. You got the Atlantic Council says Europe is under attack from Putin's energy weapon. Well, yes, but no. I mean, this is the first they've finally brought this online. Will it ease the burdens? I don't know. We'll have to see. But a big recent turning point seen as a critical to allowing the pipeline to proceed to completion was the Biden administration quickly agreeing to drop sanctions on the German side of the project soon after he took office. Republicans as well as Ukrainian officials blasted the move as tantamount to caving to Putin. And so, of course, the saga continues around the old Nord Stream pipeline. And, of course, the Ukrainians and the old route probably, they don't get money in the coffers on their end for whatever their take is. And, of course, that's why they're crying foul. Who knows where that money actually goes and where it's filtered to behind the scenes. And also, financially, says David Stockman on the banking Ponzi scheme that's savaging depositors. And you would have to question at this point, why in the world do we even still need banks in this day and age? You know, at the end of the day, most of these banks are on the SWIFT system. That's what they use to put sanctions on many of these countries, Iran included. Love them or hate them or whatever is going on. They found workarounds to it. They found competing systems to SWIFT. And if they can't use SWIFT to browbeat a country and bring them to heel, then what happens? They've lost control. So that being said, it says the toxic effects of the Fed's relentless interest rate repression are many, but among the worst has been the absolute savaging of bank depositors. Interest rates on 12-month CDs under 100 grand dropped below the inflation rate in October 2009 and have been pinned there ever since. There is no other word for this than expropriation, an unconstitutional taking of property from tens of millions of households that needed to keep their funds liquid and didn't wish to roll the dice in the junk bond market or stocks. Worse still, the resulting vast transfer of income from depositors to banks has resulted in an egregious artificial ballooning of bank profits and stock prices. For instance, the combined market cap of the top 6 U.S. banking institutions, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs, has risen from $200 billion at the bottom of the financial crisis during the winter of 2008 and 9, where it reflected their true value absent government bailouts, to now $1.5 trillion recently. That 7.5 times gain, which was 100% orchestrated by the Fed, is an unspeakable gift to the wealthy who own most of the stocks, and especially to top bank executives who have cashed in on vastly appreciated options. Needless to say, this massive bubble in banks and other financial stocks is unsustainable. When the Fed is finally forced to shut down its printing presses, the bank stocks will be among the first to dive into the abyss. While this might represent condign justice from a policy and equitable point of view, the extent of the harm to everyday Americans cannot be gainsaid. That's because Wall Street is going for one more bite at the apple, claiming that the currently accelerating rate of inflation is good for bank stocks. I cry BS to that. Consensus stock price forecasts for JP Morgan are up 20% by 2023, and for Goldman Sachs, the old vampire squid, by 70%. Needless to say, this is just another 11th hour lure from big money speculators looking to unload vastly overvalued stocks on unwary retail investors. Accelerating inflation supposedly portends higher growth and loan demand, but that's a complete humbug, because what we actually see in the marketplace is stagflation, and that will cap loan demand even as it squeezes net interest margins, causing bank earnings to fall big time. And not only that, Stockman, one thing you might have forgot is that, by the way, the reverse repos. 1.6 trillion now here in the last week. The banks offloaded all their excess liquidity, so they didn't have to carry it on their books, deposit it back at the old Federal Reserve, and now the old RRP, reverse repos, are sitting at a ridiculously high 1.6 trillion, just so they don't have to report it on their books. See how this gimmickry accounting works? It says the impending demise of bank stocks is implicit in the manner in which the 1.5 trillion scam currently reflected in the bloated market cap of the big six institutions came about. The Fed dominates especially the front end of the yield curve and will bring no interference from market forces. So the screaming injustice depicted below is its deliberate handiwork. On average, the after inflation yield during the 11-year period was negative 1.4%. Yuck. Upwards of 1/5 of the real wealth of depositors has been seized by Fed-enabled bankers during the last decade alone. We doubt whether a more perverse reverse Robin Hood redistribution could be imagined. The Fed policy has literally turned everyday depositors, the black bars, into indentured financial serfs of the banking system via the red bars. Yeah, there we see it. Insane. The chart above is indexed to Q4 2009 levels and shows that over the last 11-year period, CD yields fell by 75%. Bank net interest margins dropped by 19%. Total bank assets soared by 79%. Needless to say, the above combination did wonders for bank profitability. On the one hand, the Fed's money pumping fostered an eruption of debt and other securities issuance. The aggregate balance sheets of the nation's banks, therefore, expanded from 11.8 trillion to 21.1 trillion of total assets during the period. Even with lower interest rates and yields on these assets, total bank interest income rose from 545 billion in 2009 to 576 billion during the last 12-month period ending in March 2021. And on the other hand, the rates banks pay depositors plunged by 50 to 75% depending upon deposit type and size. Yeah, what do you think your deposits make today? Less than 1/4% annualized? It's a ripoff. Why do we need banks? Period. In a word, the nation's bankers not only emerged unscathed from the great financial crisis owing to the Washington and Fed bailouts, but during the following decade surely believed they had died and gone to bankers' heaven. For essentially doing nothing other than scooping up their share of the tsunami of corporate and government debt and collecting nearly cost-free deposits, the net margin of the banking system rose by 122 billion per annum, or 30%. Not in a million years would this have happened under a regime of sound money and honest free market pricing in the money and capital markets. As an editor's note, the economic trajectory is troubling. Unfortunately, there's little any individual can practically do to change the course of these trends in motion. The best you can and should do is to stay informed so you can protect yourself in the best way possible and even profit from the situation. So buy gold, buy silver, get in on it. It's cheap. You can see on screen there that, let's see here, I believe we're still under about 23 bucks for an ounce of silver. Gold and that in the red here a little bit today, as you see on screen. If you like Bitcoin, great. If you like Ethereum, great. Any of the cryptos, have at it. All right, so that being said, outside of financials, the other big stuff going on here today is Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. We're all down worldwide after DNS records vanish and employees' badges reportedly aren't working. And this had a little bit of a cascade effect to it as well, as we not only saw that Facebook was down and all of its subsidiaries, but we also saw the knock-on effects of AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Twitter for a while, Google for a while, a number of the telecoms, big techers, and that all in on this. Matter of fact, I'm taking a look behind the scenes here, streaming, and I even got a big message behind the scenes that says something to this effect, says, multiple platforms experiencing outages. Facebook, Twitter, and other major platforms are experiencing outages on their end, which impacts streaming to them or adding them as channels. Please stay tuned for any updates on this situation. We appreciate your patience and apologize for any inconvenience. So, and by the way, Amazon Web Services was yet another that was slightly impacted or just happened to be a coincidence. I'm not sure. So if you're watching on Twitch here today, luckily we haven't gone down throughout the day since we started streaming this morning, but nonetheless, says this may suggest, or actually I'll hit this part here. Facebook appears to have more than DNS issues, as New York Times' Shira Frankel reports. Says was just on the phone with someone who works for Facebook who described employees unable to enter buildings this morning to begin to evaluate the extent of outage because their badges weren't working to access doors. Now, this may suggest Facebook's internal systems are down. DNS issues that affect the website don't hinder employees from entering buildings. And this was updated about, not quite 3 o'clock this afternoon Eastern. It says it's been several hours and Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook Messenger are still down. According to internet researchers, Facebook appears to be dealing with a domain name system issue. And internet security researcher Brian Krebs tweeted, confirmed, the DNS records that tell systems how to find Facebook.com or Instagram.com got withdrawn this morning from the global routing tables. Can you imagine working at Facebook right now when your email no longer works and all your internal Facebook-based tools fail? To be more precise, and Geek Factor 5, the BGP routes serving Facebook's authoritative DNS were withdrawn, rendering all Facebook domains inaccessible. That's per @DougMattery, who knows a few things about BGP/DNS. And lo and behold, searching for Facebook's DNS records comes up empty-handed. Uh-oh, that sounds pretty big. NBC News' Kevin Collier called the DNS issues at Facebook really bad. Yeah. Says, don't yet know exactly what's behind the DNS issue that's knocked Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp offline, but it's really bad. Pretty much everything that runs through those three companies are inaccessible. Employees can't even enter conference rooms because they're Internet of Things. Whoops. Says there's even a ripple effect across the internet. Insider Paper says, just in, Facebook's DNS problems is actually affecting the internet. DNS providers are being hammered with queries. Yeah, think of how embedded Facebook is. Oh, there's a nice meme. Meanwhile, everyone on Twitter. Down Detector reports that Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook Messenger are experiencing issues and/or outages worldwide. The outage comes just before a Facebook whistleblower is set to testify before Congress on Tuesday. And again, if you roll back the tape to this morning, we covered that out of the old Epoch Times. I'm going to have a little bit more to say about that here in the next article. But users began to report issues with the social media platform around 11:20 Eastern. And here we see the large uptick per the charts off of Down Detector. Facebook users report the websites won't load with an error message that reads, sorry, something went wrong. We're working on it and we'll get it fixed as soon as we can. Facebook spokesperson Andy Stone acknowledged on Twitter that some people are having trouble accessing our apps and products. No longer exists. The DNS is wiped out. And of course, the timing of the widespread outages comes as a Facebook whistleblower will be testifying before Congress on Tuesday. The whistleblower appeared on 60 Minutes Sunday, detailing the tech company's mission to put profits before doing what was good for the public, including clamping down on hate speech. Shares of the tech company slid 6% by early afternoon, tumbling not just on the whistleblower, but also the global outage. And of course, there's more to the story. Via Twitter, everybody complaining that, hey, Facebook is down. There's the piece there. We talked a little bit about that this morning, so that leads me to this guy out of the National Pulse. It says Facebook whistleblower donated 36 times to Dems, including to anti-primary extremists and AOC. That's interesting. So the plot thickens on this a little bit. Not your average everyday whistleblower, I suppose. So it looks like this whistleblower is doing less whistling and more blowing. Interesting. So Facebook whistleblower Frances Haugen is a longtime Dem donor, supporting campaigns for far-left extremists, such as AOC. She has also donated money to activist groups actively attempting to derail the U.S. primary process that allows ordinary members of the public to beat out establishment career politicians. The National Pulse can reveal. So, blowing the establishment here says Haugen's whistleblowing has been lauded by the corporate media, a sure sign that rather than being a sole actor attempting to call out corporate abuse, she is likely backed by some hefty interests. Haugen first anonymously leaked internal docs before revealing her identity and calling for mass censorship on Facebook, but only of political ideas she opposes. The National Pulse has thus far identified 36 donations from Haugen during her time as an employee of Facebook, Pinterest, and Gigster. All of the donations, which total nearly $2,000 since December 2016, have gone to Dems, including AOC. On January 13, 2020, Haugen sent money to AOC's congressional campaign and a further contribution to her Courage to Change political action committee. All endorsees will embody the ideals of racial, social, economic, and environmental justice, promises the PAC. Haugen's most recent donation was August 4th, sending $100 to the Dems Senatorial Campaign Committee. And then we get the anti-democracy campaigners. In keeping with her wishes to purge political views other than hers from social media, Haugen has also donated to a left-wing resistance group, which lists as one of its top priorities the dismantling of the U.S. primary process for elections. America is somewhat unique on the world stage in its commitment to a decentralized process, whereby ordinary citizens can become political party candidates. It is perhaps the most democratic part of the U.S. elections. But in the words of the Haugen-backed It Starts Today campaign, the modern partisan primary, particularly within the GOP, has turned out to have an unintended consequence: extremism in our elected officials and dysfunction in our legislature. There is, of course, far more extremism on the political left in the U.S. Congress than on the political right. But as of June 2021, the group founded by Act Blue's Jonathan Zucker decided that the way to beat Republicans was not to win the battle of ideas, but rather to stop real conservatives winning primaries. Haugen donated twice to It Starts Today, and curiously claims that it holds donations for Democratic primary nominees until the end of the selection process. Haugen's loathing of free speech tracks with her disdain for the democratic process. Her previous roles included working at Google, which paid for her degree from the Harvard Business School. Yep, so we got ourselves a little bit of a leftist here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out perhaps tomorrow on the Hill. And also along that line, Wendy Rogers had this to say today. We got this piece out of Disclosed TV that just so happened to coincide with the outage. But data of over 1.5 billion Facebook users is being sold on a popular hacking-related forum. Data contains users' names, emails, phone numbers, locations, gender, and user ID. To which Wendy Rogers replied, Zuckerbucks stole an election, so someone stole his data? What goes around, comes around. So remains to be seen who is behind the deplatforming, as it were, of Facebook and all his ensuing monopoly. But hey, I tend to agree with Wendy Rogers here in saying that what goes around does come around. Steal an election? Well, it comes with a price. And, if we just cut the cables, we're not going to get Section 230 done through Congress. There's alternative ways to deplatform them, right? And last but not least on today, we'll hit some of the highlights off the boards here with the Anons have been digging on here today, outside of everything else. Golden statues of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and John Lewis go on display in New York City. Whoop-de-doo. Nancy Pelosi, the grift that keeps on grifting. Yep, I would agree. Says they are destroying their childhoods and making them sick, breathing in their own CO2 and germs and snot. Obviously talking about the mascapades and everything else. It's ridiculous. We need to be done with this crap. Regarding Satan 91 with 6666 squawk. Yeah, I did see something here. I'm going to scroll back because I actually posted this on one of our boards here earlier. I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but one of the things I saw on Disclosed TV yesterday says just in, hashtag Evergrande, 3333HK and Evergrande Property Services 6666HK stock trading halted in Hong Kong. That was late yesterday. I was like, what the heck sort of messaging is going on here with the whole Evergrande stuff? And is there something more between Evergrande, Evergreen, the shipping? We got a little signaling going on here? I don't know. But nonetheless, everything is backwards. Those you think are doing good are really doing evil. Those you trust the most are the most distrustful. Yep, a little reminiscent of our last 3.5, 4 years. Pandora Papers, Curb Your Expectations. ICIJ, the publisher, is kinda sus. Yeah, and I think it's the same outfit as I recall that produced the Panama Papers, and then there was one more after that, as I recall. It escapes me at the moment. I thought there was a series of two. We had the Panama Papers and then the something else papers behind that, I thought, kind of in succession. The timing is definitely interesting in the context of the way things are playing out, certainly. Fauci on vax mandates. There comes a time when you have to give up what you consider your individual right of making your own decision. Hey, Fauci, no, not gonna do it, dude. You're irrelevant and swing. Vid, Stearman versus Lightpole, Winnie, Texas, call sign Python. Not sure what that's referring to, if that's plain fags or what have you. I would assume so. Says all the laws around protection of senators. This goes way beyond the Arizona privacy law. And I'm not sure if that pertains to what we just saw with Cinema down in Arizona this past weekend. Apparently, she teaches a course down there or something, and a bunch of thugs from some activist group chased her literally into a bathroom, was filming the whole thing, put it out there, and apparently there's some laws against that. But unfortunately, the jurisdiction right now is Arizona State University, from what I understand. So perhaps there's more to that. Fauci, face reality. Immigrants are not driving force on COVID pandemic. How do we know? Who's checking? Right? How do we know? Ex-Long Beach police officer indicted on federal child pornography charges. Yeah, perhaps we're going to see a lot more of that in coming days. We'll see. Let's see. John Barillero resigns as NSW deputy premier. Oh, interesting. So we got more resignations and that going on down in the authoritarian world of Australia at the moment. Former Green Beret and congressional candidate arrested in connection to the January 6th breach. Yeah, we saw that late last week. And I think this particular guy actually did not want to be an informant, kept track of all that stuff. So should be interesting to see how this one plays out. Jeff Rentz, those exempt from needing the vaccine will astound you. Says there's 8 million Chinese students exempt. Really? I may have to go dig from that over on rents.com and see if they've actually got a article to that. Let's see, vid immune system test after second jab, jaw dropping. Yeah, this on top of an article I threw up earlier, by the way, that says out of Israel here today. I forget if it was Times of Israel, Jerusalem Post, or which one of the outlets posted it, but basically saying that if you don't take the fourth jab, you're not considered fully vaxxed and will rescind your passport. Well, wait a minute. What happened to 2 weeks to flatten the curve, and now you got to be fully vaxxed, and fully vaxxed used to mean 2, now it means 3, now it means 4. Well, where does it end? Oh, it doesn't? I see. Missed LB 10-4 clockwork. All right, Barack Obama, happy anniversary. Michelle? Mike? Not sure which there. I don't know if that's in tweet. JP Morgan accused of manipulating silver prices. Yeah, that seems to be a story of old. They obviously have large deposits. Many of the guys behind the scenes on the trading boards used to go back and forth on private chat with everybody else in order to manipulate prices. They get busted and they get a slap on the wrist. Kamala Harris pictured power walking in D.C. following secret California trip with some new ink. New ink? How'd you get a tattoo? I don't know. In case you missed it, files of the Nuremberg trials have been published online. Yes, I did see that. I think it was either Breaking 911 or perhaps it was Disclosed TV in recent days put that stuff out there. Interesting. Let's see, Ohio Anons. As of October 1st, you are no longer have to pay sales tax on precious metals. Aha! I gotta go dig for that one and add to my archives. I've been tracking that. Probably time to update the storyline on that one yet again. If you go back on the old archives here, I've made mention of that. It's been several months ago, but a lot of states and that have been doing exactly that. I think last count we were up about 13 states out of 50 that have rescinded taxes and fees and whatnot on buying precious metals. So that's a win. And it's also a recognition that the states are saying, you know what, we see the federal overreach and we see the writing on a wall with the Federal Reserve as well. So that's a good thing. Maybe that is the real Great Awakening when the left realizes Trump wasn't that bad. Yeah, somebody said there's a poll out today that it says that he's well liked apparently here as of late. Hashtag West Virginia Governor Jim Justice announced there's no chance he'll mandate vaccines against COVID-19 for children attending school. Yeah, right. Famous last words. I mean, we just saw what the heck happened in California after the recall. I mean, day right after, right? Professor David Clements on AZ audit presentation, we should be calling for decertification. What I'm hearing is an element of duress. Well, they need to keep pushing, keep the pressure on. And the people of Arizona, keep the pressure on those guys. 4,000 Queensland police stood down over vaccine mandate. That's interesting. Dr. David Martin, coronavirus patents prove COVID fraud and illegal dealings. I think all of us have probably seen many of his works detailing all the various patents that got us to this point. Israelis protesting against the third shot, 85% vaccinated. They've had enough. Yeah, you think treating people as pincushions and subscriberships ought to do it? I would think. Vids, Code Red, the Podesta brothers exposed, 11-3, Red October files. Interesting. Yep, we're coming up on that. Kash Patel predicts 6 months and John Durham could bring indictments. So is that from before or is that flash forward to now? I don't know. Azerbaijan's ruling Aliyev family and their associates acquired dozens of prime London properties worth nearly 700 million. I'm assuming that must have come out of the Pandora Papers, all the exposure there. Ted Nugent speaks to the vaccinated. So must be a video out there. I have to go dig for that. Galactic script. Dasting. Not sure what that's about. Anti-graft. Czech Prime Minister used offshores to disguise funds for French chateau. So again, more stuff apparently for those digging around in the Pandora Papers, I suppose. This is definitely not good. What is that sea creature or parasite swimming around in blood? Ooh, interesting. Pandora Papers. All right, Vid 107, October 1st delivers intel, Red October coming, and huge reveals. Yeah, it seems like we're gearing up for something big here, obviously. Also, the massive oil spill off California coast shuts down beaches, cancels air show. Ah, crap, I forgot to bring that over. But there was a map in one of the articles in that showing where exactly this resides. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up here. Let me bring that over real quick because the location is rather interesting. Oh, there we go. Let's grab that, throw you there. All right, so obviously, if you've watched the show, you know that I've been putting up the location of Long Beach, LA ports and the backup of the shipping container business going on there. But take a look at this. Look at where this is lining up. Same port. Here's San Pedro Bay, where we got all the boats and that lined up, waiting to offload containers. And all of a sudden, San Pedro Bay OCS operations map, here we get this spill that is washing up on Huntington Beach over here. And in the meantime, we got all these container ships sitting here waiting. to unload. So what's going to happen to all these container ships as they try to clean up this oil spill? I don't know. You tell me. Are they going to try and reroute them up to Oakland, up Portland way, or somewhere else? Is it going to delay things? I don't know. It's hard to say. Let's see. Also, Wuhan Lab journal edited by U.S. officials published dozens of studies from China's military. Wonder if that is from the scrub stuff that they did months before. I don't know. It's hard to say. I've seen so much come through and the back and forth, it's hard to tell what exactly that pertains to. Just now, Daniel Scavino Jr. on Facebook, LOL. So apparently he's had some things to say about old Zuckerberg's troubles. Chinese regime tightens political control of internet giants. Anons, please archive before you post your info on Q Research. All right. They're all here watching and their finger is on the delete button. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, as this unfolds, folks, that's a good reminder. Make sure you offline all of your stuff, any sort of research net that you may have. We don't know how long we're going to be on these platforms, especially the big name ones, the Googles, the Facebooks, the YouTubes, the Twitters, etc. That's why we're on a lot of these other platforms as well. Are we up for 10 days of darkness? It's hard to say, but nonetheless, I would encourage folks to offline as much stuff as you can. Make sure you have provisions in that for what may come. We don't know where this is going to head. Obviously, we've been watching the supply chain, the ridiculousness in energy prices, and everything else, and we'll continue to until we go full blackout. So, nonetheless, that is going to do it for today. Appreciate you guys tuning in as always. We'll be back again tomorrow to kick things off with the early start to this. If you missed any of it, you can always roll back the tape and we'll give it a go again tomorrow. So take care and God bless everybody.